Oh, yeah. Ha ha. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, yeah.
I no longer feel like I'm going to pass out any second, so that is a positive, I would say. I was, God, yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I apologize, everyone, for the fact that we should be finishing this game today, and we're nowhere on it. So we did the music stage. Time to do the castle stage. Ooh, they've got popcorn. Oh, this is a great game visually. I hope you stick around for at least a little bit of it, because they have some wonderful visual design here. As is normal for any mainline Nintendo game.
Okay, okay.
What, you don't like my Luigi over there? I mean, you say that like you're surprised, Pika. Oh my god, I'm rested, I get up, and I'm already stuck 5 seconds in, because there's something really obvious I haven't done. Let's see if we can figure out what the really obvious thing is. I guess I could make the game larger, so I can see what I'm looking at here. And then I could say Ol Rasil while we're on the subject. Although nobody's going to understand that, so that's fine. Okay, I can see a little bit better. Okay, seriously? Like, I can clearly interact with the ball and chain. I do tend to forget this tool even exists. Although usually there's like a shadowy spot where it's supposed to be. I have played this game before. This is one of many audit runs we're going to be doing as we go through the Lore Runner block. The runner block. Hey, 040. You know, everyone in chat's like, oh my god, it's this extremely obvious thing. Why aren't you doing the extremely obvious thing, Lord? Duh. Okay, so hang on. We already tried going in here, but there was nothing to do. Oh, hang on. There we go. I swear I tried to go left earlier, and it was like, nope. Yeah, kind of like this. Is there another place I can go left at? There is. God dang it. I did actually try to go left there. Yeah, see, this is what the dream was about. Just running around, cleaning everything down to its frames. Okay, not quite, but it was definitely inspired by this. Which is funny, because I've only been playing this for like 4 hours now. We should have beaten this game today. The only reason we didn't is because I had the migraine attack yesterday and the fatigue attack today.
What?
I mean, you're right, Blade Ball. It's a semi-common thing, even in otherwise good games. Oh, and yes, I saw that, Mr. Good. Of course. Uh-oh, tomatoes! Alright. I got these. Honestly, I would say that we have a couple of things going on with the Active Blizzard thing. First, and most obviously, Overwatch 2 is a dying, flailing game which is not making the kind of money it's supposed to. Which is arguably a good thing. I hope it makes no money whatsoever, because screw that game. But ignoring that obvious fact, the real problem is that putting a game on Steam has a demonstrable impact on a game's sales. There is simply no denying the fact that putting a game on Steam increases the sales of a game. That's life. That's been true for a very long time. Hi, Zyctaft. The second point is they're probably trying to gain brownie points by showing how non-anti-competitive they are, by allowing their games on someone else's platform. Diablo has nothing to do with anything, and therefore I'm not even sure why you're asking about it. What about Diablo 4? I mean, I haven't even bought Diablo 4, and honestly have no plans to anytime soon. Well, you're only hearing one level... You're only hearing one Levels songs, Evo, so do me a favor, stick around long enough to hear at least one more Levels songs, because they vary per stage. But in short, the music's awesome. Not as awesome as the visuals, which are incredible, but definitely awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Is Diablo 4 better than 3? lackluster story while I'm thinking about it. Oh, I needed that Pika. Thank you. Ah. Hi, Bregman. So, okay. If you want a real answer, no. If you want a more extensive answer, no. Any questions? I mean, that's what I was actually about to say, Blade to Ball. Even if I was to be fair towards D4, which I have absolutely no interest in doing, but let's go ahead and assume that I'm going to be fair towards D4. D4, A, just came out. B, I haven't played it, and indeed have no real plans to. And C, D3 has had literal years to get to the state it's in. We actually talked about that during the review, because some people were a little upset that it was scoring as insanely well as it was. But the thing I kept pointing out was D3 should score that well. Right? Like, think about this philosophically. A game that's been out for years and has had regular content and quality of life and just updates and patches over those years should logically improve. It doesn't. Like, almost every time it doesn't. It's actually the minority, but the idea is it should get better with each patch, right? D3 has gotten better with each patch. It has improved. It has things. So it has earned. It's like I always talk about it. Anytime you add something to a game, you've rolled the dice. You have a chance to have a positive or a chance to have a negative. The more you add to a game, the more chances you have for positives and the more chances you have for negatives. There's a reason why D3 scored so well despite having 50 negatives. It's because it had tons and tons and tons and tons of opportunities for positives, and it took most of them. But what's my main issue with D4? I don't even know at this point. I don't think I have one main issue. It's the spikes. It's the spikes. I don't like Bob, okay? I never have. Freaking Bob. Get out of here, Bob. But I'm sorry your wife left you, okay? Main issues with D4. First, tone. I don't mind dark stories. In fact, I rather enjoy dark stories. But I don't like depressing stories, and I don't like everything is awful, grimdark stories. I never have, and I never will. D4 is trying to be grimdark in a way that's honestly kind of ridiculous, if I might be so blunt. Again, it's not spoiling to tell you the premise of D4, which is that 90% of humanity is dead. That's the starting point. That's where the story starts. You know? Actually, yes, I do, Mr. Red, because Warhammer is usually silly to help, you know, offset some of the grimdark. Diablo 4 doesn't have that going for it. Yeah, exactly, Blade. That's a great way to put that. Imagine if you took a Dragon Quest story and got rid of all the lightheartedness and the positivity and the uplifting tone and visuals. So all you're left with is a Dragon Quest story. Then there's just... there's no nice way to say this. There's the microtransactions, which the further on in my gaming career I get, the more sick of them I am. You know what I mean? I get that microtransactions are a thing. I get that at this point in gaming we just have to accept that they're a thing. But all that means is microtransactions are now a gradient. So there's tolerable, and then there's not tolerable. 25 bucks for a suit of armor that is cosmetic is not tolerable.
Whoa! What? Ooh.
I'm glad people are enjoying D4, don't mistake me, but it has done absolutely nothing to make me interested in playing it. And that's why I have no plans to, until you guys force me to for the show.
Huh? Oh.
Hey, Spartan.
What? Huh? Whoa! Wow!
So far, I'm really enjoying it. Thank you, Spartan, for asking. Have I played Shovel Knight for the show? Yes, twice, actually. Would I play Shovel Knight for the show? Without the show? Yes, absolutely. Shovel Knight is the second most modern Mega Man game out there. And you know me and Mega Man. Yeah, Ross is correct. The harsh truth is... Okay, hang on. I don't think D4 is ever going to beat D3, even with patches and updates. I don't. I don't think it's on the table. Even ignoring all the other problems, if D4's gameplay is excellent, which it might be, it's still not going to just nail it in the way that D3 did, I don't think. D3 was kind of a unique confluence in the same way that StarCraft 2 was. And, well, if I'm being blunt, I also think that their endeavor to appeal to the D2 crowd is not the correct one. Now, I could be wrong about that. There we go. I bring you fire! This is what we were doing, Eva, right here. No, it's not. D2 is not actually all that dark of a game. It's one of the reasons I have no problems with the game. Dark is the wrong word. It's not all that bleak of a game. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the only Diablo game which is close to being as bleak as 4 is 1. Afternoon, Anthony. But yeah, let's get back to gameplay, because nobody cares about story, right? I remember this room. Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. It's gritty for the sake of being gritty. And, well, I don't like gritty. Something that I've become more and more aware of the older I get is I don't really care if it's a... I don't care about your genre. I don't care about your storytelling style. I don't care about any of that as long as it's good, right? Now, there will always be things I'm not into, because I'm just not into those things. That's what coffee is. But as long as you do it well, that's the part that really matters for me at the end of the day. And doing something for its own sake is almost always not the correct choice. Whoa! I have played Torchlight 2. Torchlight 2 is a fascinating game. So for those of you at home who have not played Torchlight 2, let me try to describe the experience of playing Torchlight 2, okay? So check this out, okay? I'm playing Torchlight 2 and it's awesome! It's awesome! It's so good! It's so good! It's so awesome! It's so good! Wait, what? It's over? But I'm like a whole world, or a whole zone before the end of the game. And then the last zone and the last bit of the game are absolute garbage. And that's Torchlight 2. It was disorienting as hell. I don't know, Ross. I don't... you have as much access to the list as I do, but I don't remember it being on the list. Would I veto it? Probably not. Yeah, by the way, we're playing Shovel Knight next random, which I thought you knew, and we're asking to be funny. Bastion? We've actually streamed Bastion. In fact, I've done a room on Bastion. I guess we could review Bastion. It'd be kind of a boring stream, at least from my perspective, because I'd just be playing the game the whole time. Saying nothing and doing nothing. I think I did fight, yeah, because I had several spares. Yes, Pico, to all of the above. I absolutely, with 100% certainty, think that Activision is part of the problem when it comes to Blizzard. No question whatsoever, because Bobby Kotick is the freaking devil. One of the most evil CEOs I've actually studied in my life. Disclaimer, it's possible that the reason that he's so high up on the evil list is because I haven't studied that many CEOs. Maybe they're all evil, I don't know. But seriously, Bobby Kotick is a disgusting human being. No jokes here. You know, truthfully, Von Falkenstein, no, I am not. Exactly, Evo. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The biggest reason, by far, that I'm in favor of the Microsoft acquisition is because it means Bobby Kotick is going to no longer be the CEO. He needs to be removed from that position of power. He is the money guy for Active Blizzard, and that's not good.
Well, you know.
No, Ross, because Rick Berman, for all of his horribleness, is actually responsible for several positive things in Trek, including the mere fact that Trek exists. He's also not as bad as two of the alternatives who could have been the ones who ended up being in charge of Star Trek, and weren't. So, no. Bobby Kotick. I don't think there's a Star Trek equivalent of Bobby Kotick. Oh, actually, you know what? There is. Gene Roddenberry. Now, if you get that, then you get bonus points. If you don't, well, I can explain it. I'm dead serious, by the way. I'm not even memeing. I would say, this is my opinion about Falkenstein, I would say Gene wasn't as successful as Bobby Kotick. I think he had the potential to be as bad, he just didn't actually fulfill on that opportunity, right?
Well, you know.
have no idea, of course, and hopefully we'll never actually find out, because some things, you know, do we really need to know? But no. Gene Roddenberry was a parasite who affixed himself to the success that was Star Trek, made it part of his identity, and got wealthy off of it. And also, while I'm on the subject, functionally contributed nothing to Star Trek as a whole. Nothing good, anyways. That's Bobby Kotick. Yeah, the biggest difference between the two is people venerate Gene Roddenberry because Gene Roddenberry was a successful con man who convinced people he was awesome. And everybody hates Bobby Kotick to the point where he actually had to file a suit at one point in time. This is not a joke. In order to try and get Google to disallow searches of him with devil horns. That was a long time ago, by the way. That was years ago. Just to give an idea how long that's been going on. There we go. Why did he do what, Evo? Why did he sue to get rid of the Devil Horns images? Well, his stated reason was it was making it hard for him to date people. Again, not making that up. You can look it up. No, Mr. Red. Again, having actually studied Bobby Kotick, no. Alright, I'm running into another one of those I'm stupid and can't figure out the easy and obvious answer problems, so... See, the really funny thing, I know, Ross, the really funny thing, Evo, is that is his stated reason, which I put that way because that's probably not his real reason for it. He's probably just butthurt over the whole thing. What, back here? If you mean this thing, that's not it. That's the thing that lights the fire there. Let me tell you, Lord Herman. So you see... Okay, the whole level's been leading this way. It has to be in this room.
Hello?
If you mean this one, this is what opened the door. This is how I got the door open. See, it won't even activate now because I've already used it. Just like the one that's up there. It's gonna be something obvious. It always is. Every time. It's something dumb. Every single time I get stuck, it's because of something really dumb. Other than console support, Mr. Red, and putting it on the Game Pass? Probably not much, really. I have not tried UV. I haven't seen any spots that indicate UV, but I could just be missing them. Oh, there we go. Of course it was UV. One of these days I'm gonna remember that exists. And never get stuck again. Ever. Yeah, WoW still makes plenty of money, as arguably it should. No, I think the biggest thing Microsoft will do will be either make a surface attempt or an actual attempt to clean up Actiblizzard. And, that's probably the end of that, honestly. Poor Luigi. I mean, honestly, at this point, any attempt would probably be an improvement. How much that's valid or not is more of a matter of philosophy than math. If you have a dirty desk and you run a cloth over it, is that better or worse than before?
Oh, yeah.
Worse, Pika. Much, much worse. And yeah, there's going to be some infrastructure problems with getting it on the Xbox. Not even just getting it on there, because the biggest problem isn't getting a game on the Xbox, weirdly enough. It's getting a game into an updatable status, because remember, WoW gets patched, like, weekly. Or bi-weekly.
Huh.
So you have to get a game... Okay. Into a state where you can regularly patch it. And not fall too far behind everyone else, because you want crossplay. The last thing you want to do is be Sony in this matter.
Oh, yes.
I'm not saying it can't be done, Von Falkerson. I'm saying that's the actual hurdle that needs to be overcome.
Huh?
FF14 does it too. Although in the other direction. Fish. Ironically, one of my biggest wish list things that they will never do is that they would remove the region locking in WoW. Which they will not do. I don't understand your question, Pika. I'm sorry. Okay. Blizzard was not exactly a saint before the merger, but then they were put under the purview of people whose only goal was making money at any cost, regardless of circumstance. While there was a lot of crap going on at Blizzard, Blizzard actually wanted to make good games and to push out good products. Then Activision took over, and then Activision wanted to make money. That's it. That's the answer. There's nothing else there. There's no complexity. I have nothing else to add to that. That's water. Good to know. It's the priority list. And I'm going to say this again because apparently some people haven't heard me talk about this. So the concept of the priority list is very simple. What are your priorities? And then you list your priorities, and then you list them in the order that you care about them. The idea of the priority list is always that you care about every single item on the priority list, all of them. But the priority list is there for when you have a conflict of interest between one or more items on the list. So, and yeah, we literally talked about this like a week and a half ago. So forgive me for sounding boring to the people who have heard this before.
Oh, yeah.
When you have 2 items on your priority list... No! One of which is make money. Oh my god. And one of which is make good games. When there's a conflict between those two, which one do you think wins? I gotta free myself there. Quickly, quickly!
Oh, yeah.
Well, the first thing you have to do, Evo, is you have to be friends with a mad scientist. So you've already accomplished that.
Huh? Oh. Oh.
Oh, this looks like fun. Hey, let me explain the priority list in the simplest terms that exist. You like carrots? Of course you like carrots. Everybody likes carrots, right? I mean, could you imagine the kind of crazed madman that doesn't like carrots? Wait, you don't like carrots? Oh my god. I don't know if we can be friends anymore, Braven. So let's say you've got a bag of carrots, and you're washing them in the sink. What are your priorities? You want the carrots to be clean, you want to go relatively quickly, because you don't have all kinds of time, and you don't want to screw any of the carrots. You don't want to lose carrots down the sink. There's your priority list. But let's say that there's a conflict. Maybe you have very little time, or maybe you have other things that's going on, like maybe you've got something going on the stove at the same time. So now there's a conflict of interest. One of those things has to be lost in favor of the others. So which is the higher priority? Is it more important to you to make sure you don't lose any carrots down the sink, or is it more important to you that you go as quickly as possible? In both situations, you care about cleaning the carrots, but the other two things can mix and match depending on your priority. In other words, if you are Activision, and you only care about making sure that it happens as quickly as possible, making money, you're okay with things slipping through the cracks and having flaws, carrots falling down the sink. I know that's a very, very basic analogy, but I have found it to be an effective way of explaining the whole situation. Excuse me, I'm gonna go through all these deadly, deadly pits here. Why is there money that's just impaled on a spike? Why is that? Now, in a more complex situation, we actually have other priorities as well, obviously. Taking care of employees, for example, usually comes at a cost of, well... Okay, I don't want to get too polemic here, but I have a theory which I cannot prove. And when I say cannot prove, I don't mean like I don't have the evidence. I mean, the evidence doesn't exist to prove it, okay? But I do have a theory. You've probably heard the idea that companies can't afford to take care of their employees without raising prices, right? I'm sure some of you have heard of that particular line of thought, right? Well, I don't think I agree with that. And the reason why boils down to the fact that the argument is usually used that the money has to come from somewhere. But the problem that so immediately and effortlessly arises there is that Jesus, is that that money can come from somewhere. The investors. The money people, put simply. The profits. Yeah, it can't come. You can't make money. Let me try to explain this a second. Here's a company. They make money. Some of this money goes to pay the employees, some of this money goes to the operation of the thing, and then some of this money goes over here into profits. Most large-scale corporations treat this third bag as untouchable. You can't touch the profits. Now, there are reasons for that, and whether they're valid or not is a huge matter for debate. But the fact is, they treat that last bag as you can't touch that. So when they say money in order to take care of employees has to increase the cost to the customers, they're technically correct, because in their world there's this wall between the actual profits and this ecosystem that they've created over here. So they charge more to take care of here rather than pulling money from the profits to take care of here, or pulling money from profits to go here. It's one of the biggest reasons why companies tend to raise prices anytime there's any kind of upswing in cost of either employees or maintenance or having to adhere to certain regulations, such as humane regulations, that kind of a thing. There's a reason why so many companies outsource to countries that do not have those humane regulations. It's because they're cheaper. And but the thing is, all of these corporations treat the profits as the no touch. And that's the reason for my thing. You're probably thinking, well, hang on, surely the evidence must exist for that. No. Most corporations do so many looping, jumping hoops in order to obfuscate their accounting that without the powers of the freaking Q, I don't think it's really feasible to actually know where the money is actually going at any given point in time. And even if we were to walk in and do an audit, they have ways of obfuscating or hiding it on the fly because they'll know an audit's coming. I myself have actually done work on obfuscating budgets for an audit that was coming. Yeah. Not for myself, before you wonder. That was for the company I used to work at. You know, Pika, I'm curious of something. And don't take this the wrong way. Why do you usually ask questions like 4 or 5 times in a row? Either way, the answer to your question is, of course, I have no idea. And I mean that with total sincerity, because it kind of depends on the specifics of the requirements of what you consider good or bad. Okay, so I need to get Luigi over here. Luigi. Oh, that hurts him too. I guess he could just go across that. I thought he was immune to that. I'm bad. Exactly, Von Falkenstein. Nintendo, like most Japanese countries, is really, really tight-lipped about its operations. So, does Nintendo treat its employees properly? I don't know. How well do they handle profit inflow and taking care of things like quality and customer control? I don't know. Do they produce good games? Sure, but, I mean, Blizzard produces good games. Diablo 4, for all of my hackling, is a good game. That doesn't mean Blizzard is a good company, right? I mean, hell's bells. Ubisoft produces good games, and that's a terrible company. No, it's okay, Pika. I wasn't trying to be mean. I was asking kind of sincerely. I noticed you haven't even answered my question. Yeah, I know, Lord Aramon. The problem, and this is not speculation, is that video games had the exact same thing happen to them that movies had happen to them. Back in, I guess that would have been the 60s is when that really got going. In short, because of the fact that they were making money, you know, business types were like, oh, that's making money, and saw a new market, a new avenue of expansion and growth and profits. So business is now in video games. I mean, it has been since, you know, like the 80s, but you get my point. Okay, so let's go to the other side. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay, well, that's useful. Are there any game companies that produce only crap? Actually, yes. You've never heard of them, and I can't list them because I don't have them memorized. But there are a large quantity of gaming companies that you and I have never heard of that produce tons and tons and tons of garbage on a regular basis. It's not actually shovelware, but it's effectively shovelware. Pour out tons and tons of really, really cheap games, and I mean really cheap games. The kind of crap that... Back on Steam, we had the term of asset flips, for example. Or, like acid flips, or, oh, here we go. Here we go. Or, okay, so let's pull this. Or, so low energy, tech demo kind of stuff. Okay, so we're at this spot. Yeah, the Wii had a lot of just absolute shovelware trash. And honestly, so did the DS, while we're on the subject. And yeah, mobile games, obviously. But Steam is also a huge thing. Just go browsing Steam sometime. For all the games you've never heard of, from companies you've never heard of. There is a ton of junk. And I don't mean junk as in my usual word. I mean junk. Stuff that barely qualifies as games. You know the worst part? There's also people who are just trying to get into game development, who are trying to learn how to make games, who also make games that tend to fall into those categories. It's not junk, but it's kind of hard to tell the difference. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Yeah, exactly, Blade Jamal. Yeah, it's just... Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic, but, you know, are there any companies that just produce crap? Yes. Yes, there are quite a few. Okay, so... Oh. Why do they do it? Oh, there's a lot of reasons they can do that. I wish I could turn without having to do this little number. Nope, nothing there. It is, Pika, you're absolutely right. The Nintendo Switch also has a lot of junk games on it. Hell, it has Mobage on it, for God's sake. Exactly, Von Falkenstein. That's why I mentioned that little commentary earlier. That sometimes you'll just have something where someone's trying to learn game development. I feel like I literally just said this. But good luck distinguishing it from the shovelware. From just the garbage. At this point, what's needed to fix the game industry? Fix the economy. I am dead serious. That will do it. I'm getting better at remembering that UV light exists. All thanks to Von Falkenstein. I'm barely exaggerating about that, because he keeps reminding me, and I keep thinking, aha, I haven't used that yet. Yeah, we need to, I don't know, cure for death. I mean, we know the cure for death. It's just living. Sorry. Yeah, exactly, Blintel. Actually fixing the economy. The economy is perfectly functional right now. That's not the problem. Okay. Okay. Just gonna go. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I am feeling better. Thank you for asking, Jake Baldwin. Gain some health, lose some health. What is this, Metroid? Oh. I kind of have, Savicon, because I've kind of talked about how the economy of the Empire works. And if you've been paying attention, and I actually know you have, when discussing the economy of the Empire, I've mentioned several real-life economies that it's been based on. let's make this very, very clear. There's no such thing as a perfect economic system. Of course there isn't. That's silly. But I do think that if we restructure multiple systems in place in order to try and de-incentivize several things, including the investor problem, the problem of the quarterly return, which is the investor problem, there's a portion of the economy that only exists to cater to people who have more money than sense, for various tax-related reasons, among other things, which honestly probably needs to go away, like in its entirety. There's several governmental things that need to change with regards to where money goes, specifically at a national level. I've gone on record several times as saying that I'm actually in favor of higher taxes, as long as those taxes are actually being spent properly in terms of, you know, taking care of the people in the nation in question. You know, stuff like that. There's all sorts of things, and I've been pretty open about all of that. I am not quiet about my opinions at this point in my life. Safety nets, that's another thing I'm in favor of. Granted, very biased, I've literally been homeless, but I do agree that safety nets should exist. Exactly, Cybercom. The Rule 0 applies universally, and I do not joke about that. It really does apply universally. So, would I recommend this game to someone who's willing to play the first one? Yes! I have never played Luigi's Mansion 2. I love this game. Did my Falkenstein? I'm learning! I think it's the fact that I'm awake, too. Is this game hard? No, this game is balls easy. But that doesn't make it any less fun. Something that a lot of people don't understand, and I mean no insult to anybody, especially you, Pika, because I know you don't mean this at all, but some people have this weird mentality where if a game is easy, it's not fun. And I'm not talking about people who enjoy a challenge, because that would include me. I like being challenged in games. I have literally given games negatives for being too easy. But just because a game is easy does not make it bad. Now, Final Fantasy VI is an easy game. So is Final Fantasy VII. And yeah, the Lego games, perfect example. Mario Kart. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Because Mario Kart can be balls hard. Yeah, Chrono Trigger, another easy game. I know those are all RPGs, but it's still true, and those games are awesome. I love the audience. I love the audience. A very difficult game that's a great game. Ross, help me out. You know the game. You know the one. I can't think of the name of it right now, because I'm stupid. No, not Dark Souls. Cyber Shadow. I just needed a second to think about it. Cyber Shadow is a very hard game. That is an awesome game. Celeste, another perfect example. Hollow Knight, yep. Hey, Justin. I don't know what to do here. I feel like it has something to do with the arrow he shoots out, but I'm not sure what. And yeah, also any game with good difficulty options like Dragon Age Origins, or Dishonored 2, or even The Last of Us 2. Yeah, WoW. And I know people are gonna be like, oh, WoW, stupid easy. And those people are very stupid. Not just regularly stupid, very stupid. Can I, like, provoke him? I mean, they use the word remake, what they mean is remaster. Leveling in WoW is very easy, as it arguably should be. Nope. Okay. I think I have an idea. I just had an idea. Nope. Didn't do it. Nope. Not either. Oh, God. Okay. Flash while charging. Let me ask a stupid question, J. Palmer. Specifically, what would you change to make it more challenging to level? Oh, wow, I can be grabbed. I didn't know that. If you see more health and more damage, then you've lost. Damn it, Chief Palmer. You're fired! Get out of my office! Get off my development team. That didn't work that time. I don't agree. I'm sorry, J. Palmer. Like, I'm sorry. If your solution to make something harder is to make it slower and more boring, then we probably need to have a chat. Like, I'm sorry, I have zero tolerance on this point, because I've leveled in WoW in every expansion. It used to suck. It used to be slow and tedious and boring. Okay, I think I see it now. However, if for whatever reasons players wanted a make things have more health mode, I would be okay with that. Make it a toggle. We'll call it boring mode. I'm sorry. Just, God, that would be terrible. But okay. Hang on. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Because you have to understand, what you're saying to me is, hey, Laura, I really like it when, like, I'm opening a letter with my fingers and it cuts underneath my fingernail. And I'm sitting here going, okay. And you're like, yeah, so could you make it so that you have to slice under your fingernail every time you open a letter? And I'm like, I'm not trying to be negative here. That's what's going through my head. It's like, why? Why would you want that? But okay. So you really want to slice under your fingernails. Okay, so in the interest of fairness, you know me, I'm very, very pro player choice. So I would absolutely be in favor of a freaking toggle. Maybe when you make a character, actually, ideally, I would say you could turn it on and off, probably in a rest area. You know, someplace where you're out of combat and in a safe zone. And just have that button there be there for more health, more damage. There you go. Boom, done. It would be extraordinarily easy to modify. Just, it would be incredibly easy to add to the game. And I'd be in favor of that. But that's not really the question I was asking you. What I was asking is, how do you make the game more difficult to level? Because the problem there is, in order to do that, you would have to make leveling... you would have to design quests in the same way that you design dungeons and raids in WoW. Doable, but insane to think about, especially since it's not so much design as redesign. You'd have to go back and rejigger literally thousands upon thousands of quests in order to redesign them to be better, to be more interesting, to be more engaging, to be more difficult. And that's one of the reasons why, when I looked at that question, my first thought was, yeah, that's not happening. Even in like an ideal world, I don't see that as happening. Having said that, what they could also do is a much more precise option. So hear me out for just a second. Imagine that they go through and they identify arc bosses. You probably know what I'm talking about, but in case I'm using stupid terminology because I'm a moron. In WoW, a lot of quests, most quests actually, percentage-wise, are part of a story arc, right? Usually within a specific zone. And there's usually a boss at the end of that arc. I don't mean like an entire zone's arc. Generally speaking, I'll use Ashenvale as an example. Ashenvale has 1, 2, 3, 4 bosses that I could think of that are part of the overall zone arc. Excuse me, 5. 5 that are part of the overall zone arc. That's from memory. But identify those, right? Identify the actual bosses that you're supposed to be encountering during the leveling and during part of the quest chains, and then buff those. Don't just give them more health and damage. No. We've got the toggle for that. That's handled. Give them mechanics. Give them abilities. Give them stuff the player has to deal with. You know, make them more difficult. I think that would be the actual applicable answer, the engineering answer. The thing we can actually do. And I think that's my answer to my own question. Boop. Plus the toggle, because the toggle would take 5 seconds to implement. So I should probably be paying attention now. Oh, Jesus. And... yeah.
Huh? Oh, huh?
Yeah, for those of you who didn't see it, Malicor's answer is very simple. Make leveling so grinding and boring, but then, for $20, you can just level your character in the store. Now, you know me, and I have a very vocal hatred of Classic. WoW Classic. I've never been quiet about that. But you know what one of my favorite WoW Classic jokes is? Or WoW Vanilla jokes is? Alright, I'm gonna go pull that boar. Oh, there's a second boar that just joined the fight. Immediate jump cut to you being at the graveyard, having just died.
Oh. Ha ha! Oh. Oh. Oh.
Nothing really, Pika. I mean, you remember that. No, of course you don't. But some people do actually. I'm saying this so wrong. I'm sorry. Let me start that sentence over. I'm with Europe. I legitimately think several people have completely forgotten how absolutely bullcrap leveling in vanilla was.
Got it.
Especially at certain classes, because not all classes were equal back then. In a really bad way. Nothing was as bad as leveling in FF11. That's not true. I've leveled in EverQuest. But, you know. Yeah, you might be able to survive 2 boars if you know what you're doing. And depending on your class. A 3rd boar? You're dead.
Oh. Oh yeah. Ha ha! Yeah.
Oh god, the princess fight. I have died to princess more often than I should probably admit to.
Oh yeah.
And princess is early on, too. It gets worse later on. The 40s are just hell. And I don't just mean because you run out of quests. I mean, because you start to run the red line. You start to be a little bit too low level for the content you're doing. Because it's the only content that exists. I'm just going to let that one go, then, Lord Aramon. Princess was a pig, a boar, in Elwyn Forest. Okay, so that was... King McFright. Oh my god, these puns. Nah, it's fine, Zactap. I got it. Okay. The garden. Let's see if Evo actually decided to stick around for one more stage. I'm betting she didn't. God, the 40 grind was so terrible. Just the worst. And I've done it like 13 times. I hate flowers. I forget the exact number. We figured it out during the lore run. We figured out exactly how many times I've done the vanilla grind. It was every character I'd leveled to max prior to Kata. It was not a small number. How to rank the expansions in terms of art style, purely? So, let's go with Pandaria, pretty much right on the top. I bet you can guess the answer to that, Lord Aramon. So, Pandaria on top. And then let's go with Legion, then Warlords, then BFA, much as I hate to admit it. After that, Kata. Then Shadowlands. Actually, I should probably flip those. Shadowlands, then Kata. Then Wrath, then BC, then Vanilla. There we go. It wasn't... I mean, yes, nothing better existed, but also it was what all my friends were playing.
Oh.
And they're the ones who, you know, needed a mage, or a warlock, or a paladin, or whatever they needed. And I was a good friend. So I leveled another character for them, or for the raid team, or whatever.
Hello?
The hardest Mario game ever?
Haha.
No, most of them were on the Horde, Lord Haremont. I only leveled, let's see, Warrior, Mage, Paladin on the Alliance. So 3. And then all the rest were on the Horde. Which would have included a Warrior, Warlock, Paladin, Druid, the Rogue. I actually did Paladin twice. I forgot about that. And didn't do Death Knight because Death Knight doesn't do that. Did I say Hunter? Hunter. I feel like I'm missing a couple there. I didn't do a Shaman back then. I didn't have a Shaman back then. I did the Druid. I did the Warrior. I did the Paladin. Oh, Mage, right. That actually brings us up to 11. So it might have been 11 times. So, through Wrath, so you're probably wondering what I'm on about. I did the vanilla leveling 11-ish times through up to and including Wrath for various reasons that we already just mentioned. Then Kata came out and made leveling actually fun. And I'm willing to say that on camera. Yeah, Lost Levels is certainly a very hard game, but it's hard. I feel I don't like putting that as the hardest Mario, because it's kind of like saying I want to be the guy is the hardest platformer. Even if it's true, it feels like it's cheating and doesn't really answer the question.
Oh, ah.
Do you like cats? Oh, not yet. Sorry, no cats yet. Yes, Lost Levels is the Japanese Mario 2. A.K.A. Lost Levels, which I will never ever call anything other than Lost Levels, because it's Lost Levels. Nice guy. Is it vetoed? No, in fact, it's part of the 2D block, which is coming up in about a month. Yeah, I feel like it would be one of the classic Marios, because Mario 1, 2, and 3 all have various levels of bullcrap difficulty to them. If I were to discount all of those, I'd have to think about it. New mechanics! Well, I hope you're looking forward to watching me die over and over and over. Because that's what's gonna happen.
Hello, hello, hello.
NES, J. Palmer.
Wow!
Well, Famicom.
Whoa! Whoa! Wow! Whoa! Wow! Whoa!
I think think I'm actually going to give Yoshi's Island as my answer. As far as a properly difficult Mario game. No cheating, no bullcrap. Yoshi's Island, the original, the SNES one, can be a very difficult game. Properly difficult, too.
Whoa.
I turned off the VOD things, 2 minuets, partially as a test. Mostly as a test, actually.
What?
Correct, Pika. Honestly, I'd give that one to the boar. But we know the only thing worth talking about is boar versus questions. So thank you for keeping the tradition alive.
Oh, yes.
Well, the boar obviously fly down.
Oh my.
Uh-oh. Hello.
This room I like to call the allergies room. Single biggest thing that FF14 does better than WoW. She is here! Hey, it's Evo. You get to see another level. What do you think of the visuals of this sucker? No, it's okay. I was just curious if you'd show up since I asked you to be present for at least one more stage so you could see the variety in this level. Please get off of my nose. I mean, that's true, Lord Airmon. All according to plan, Malachor. Shoot, I was going to say something. What is the biggest thing that FF14 does better than WoW? So, I would say the story, but that's actually inaccurate. Because I'm going to say something very, very controversial here. You ready for this? You ready for it? WoW has a better story than FF14 does. Now, what FF14 does better is continuity. I mean, this is not a spoiler. There is a random boss in one of the first raids in ARR that is relevant for the actual main plot of Endwalker, which is the most recent expansion. That's continuity. Now, WoW has dabbled in that level of continuity, especially during Legion, for example, where they kind of suddenly decided to make everything contiguous, which was kind of awesome. But they've only dabbled. FF14, that's the norm. The second thing I think FF14 does better is the roulette system. So that's story and gameplay axis. So now we have to talk about what does WoW do better on the story and on the gameplay axis. I do love pineapples. Let's see. So on the story axis, what does WoW do better? Now, I could just say story, but again, the problem is, for anybody who knows me, story is a category. That's why WoW has a better story, even though FF14 has a better plot, which is what most people probably thought I meant.
Wow!
This place is just overrun. Look at this place.
Wow!
Look at this place.
Whoa!
So story-wise, what does WoW do better?
Whoa!
Ironically, I was tempted to say characters. The problem is, I can't say that in good conscience. WoW has really, really good characters. There's just... The problem is, some of them are... Their character beats are across huge swaths of time. And the other problem is that some of their other character beats are only there for a single zone. How many of you remember... I'm not even going to say his name, because you don't remember his name. The random orc in Hillsbrad post-Kata for the Horde. It's a Forsaken story arc. Hi, Elizar. How many of you remember that guy? Great character. Has a whole character arc across the entire zone.
Whoa!
There we go. You know what? Yeah, we'll just put it that way. You know what WoW does better than FF14 without having to add an asterisk? Quests. The quest. And I mean that on a story axis, too, specifically. FF14 tends to have better MSQ, but the side quests, that's WoW's domain. Yeah, exactly, Laser Ball. We talked about this during the FF14 run. Legitimately think FF14 would be better suited by not having side quests at all. It is clearly not their strong suit, and it never has been. And of course, you know, side quests. Development is a zero-sum game. All the time they spend on side quests is time they could be spending on better content. That's the other reason I say that. So, gameplay-wise, WoW does everything better than FF14. That's a gimme. That's why I was even answering that question. Just everything. Just across the board. Just everything. Everything! Okay, sorry, we're done. One more. Everything! Okay. So, if I was designing an MMO, and I'll ask this question of the team, too, would you focus more on side quests or main story quests? Like, you can pick one thing to focus more of your time and effort on. So which one do you want to be better? Side quests or main quests? Yeah, you get it, Von Falkenstein. I know a lot of people are just automatically picking main quests, but... Well... There's a lot of... There's a lot to think about there. It's not as obvious as it sounds of a question. At least I think it isn't. Because... Main quests are neat and all. Plot is neat and all. But plot is ultimately going to be the main thing... I'm saying this wrong. Plot is always going to be a smaller percentage. Let's just give that away, first of all. Players are going to spend less time doing the main plot than they're going to be doing most other things. Second of all, well, if you focus on a main plot and have a boring side plot, then what you have eventually created is padding. Which is kind of the FF14 problem, actually, if we're just being honest with ourselves. But the final problem is that side quests give you, as a writer, a tremendous opportunity. They give you room to breathe. Side quests are where you can flesh out individual. A specific dish of food. Maybe a sports team, or a sport in general. Maybe yeah, exactly, Lord. All the world building tends to breathe in the side quests. Going back to WoW for a second, how many of you remember that there was a gnome mage who invented ice cream back in the Thousand Needles, back in Vanilla? That was a side quest that I know people had never even heard of, because who would do quests in the Thousand Needles? They suck. But that kind of stuff exists and is best served within that space. Correct, Jay Palmer. And yeah, honestly, a lot of RPGs tend to have better side quests than main quests. At least partially because of this exact same reason. They know that they can do more with side quests, and so they do. Like WoW. Let's be very, very blunt. WoW's main quests kinda suck. They have for a long time. There have been exceptions. I loved the main quest in Pandaria, and I loved the main quest in Legion. And there's a couple of other exceptions to that. But the story in WoW has always been held up by its side quests. And so I'm admittedly a little biased here, because I know how much the overall story of a game can be held up by that side content. Oh yeah, I remember this tool. So, hey Evo. We found a house with spiders in it. Having said all that, I don't want to say like we can mow the lawn. We can mow the lawn, look. Oh my god, this is my next half hour right here, is mowing the lawn. I'm joking, I'm not going to force you through that, but... Like, can't you just picture sitting here and getting rid of every blade of grass? You notice they give you this item, and then they give you a room to just have fun with it in. Like, everything here is destructible. Look at this. No, they do not, Jay Palmer. Look at this. Look at this. The painting was weak, Von Falkenstein. It could not resist the saw. Surely we can't do the bed, right? I mean, there's no way they'd let us destroy the bed. Yeah, no, they knew what they were doing when they designed this room.
Wow.
Um, actually, I have Malachor. It is surprisingly relaxing. It's a Switch game, so it's a bit loud. I could turn it down a little bit. I can turn it down a little bit. Yeah, we'll put it down 6 decibels. I know, Blade Jamal, it's weird. Sorry, so what I was kind of in the middle of saying there before I just went off and destroyed an entire room. Yeah, let's there we go. I understand the value of focusing on a main story quest and focusing on a plot. Something I've talked about several times is there's a reason most stories, books, shows, games, and movies all tend to focus more on things other than plot. I've talked about this before. Quite a few things focus on other elements of story, and the plot's just kind of there, right? I can think of a lot of examples of this, actually, but I'll name 2 right off the top of my head. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and Empire Strikes Back. Both of those films have excellent stories, but honestly, the plot's mostly just kind of in the background. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, because they focused very, very hard on the other elements. You get my point. Now, having said that, there's also equally nothing wrong with focusing on plot, like Final Fantasy Tactics or Final Fantasy XIV. The reason I'm bringing this up is because focusing on MSQ, that's plot focus. That's what that really boils down to, is focusing heavily on the specific elements of the plot. How good, bad, or in between that is, that depends on execution. I wouldn't say Wrath of Khan is focused on the plot. What is the plot of Wrath of Khan, Jay Palmer? I'm just going to tell you right now. Khan is pissed and therefore out for revenge on Kirk. He goes to get revenge on Kirk, fails to do so, the end. There's not much there. It's really not plot-focused. It is extremely character-focused. It is a huge, huge zoomed-in lens on Kirk, obviously, but also on Khan and on Spock are the 3 big ones who get most of the actual character focus. There's also a surprisingly good supporting cast, both for Khan and for Kirk. Listen, Evo, we're not friends anymore. There is a little bit of, there's a lot of really good world building. A decent amount of how Starfleet operates in all future media was based on the tenets that were established in Star Trek II. The military nature of it, and the uniforms and the ships, how shields work, how weapons interact with the hull and shields, like some of the things we consider really, really basic stuff, was actually established in Star Trek II. So a whole lot of world building, setting building, rules building stuff was done in Star Trek II as well. So lots of really good stuff there, but plot is just kind of... And I would agree, Star Trek IV is, weirdly enough, more plot-focused than 2. But I can think of a Star Trek film that's even more plot-focused than 4. And that's 5. Correct, Jay Palmer. Now, I'm not trying to make a point there. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with having a plot-focused story. It's just, you still need to do it well. Also, to continue to make my point, another film that's really good when it comes to focusing on plot is Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. That's a very plot-focused film. No, I agree with you, Lord Harriman. Character stuff, world-building stuff, concept stuff, thematic stuff. That's always been Star Trek's bag. I agree. There have been some good plots here or there, like Star Trek VI, but... Okay, sorry. Plus for the room we just did. I don't feel the need to explain myself there. No, I didn't, Eleazar. I'm sorry. Eleazar says, why are you dumb and stupid and ugly and worthless? Well, you see, it's a choice thing. It's my way to rebel against the man. To tell society, screw you, society. I'd rather be worthless and pathetic and terrible than actually decent or good. Hi, Team Celeste. Look, we all gotta rebel in our own ways, okay? I'm surrounded by too many awesome people. I've got to reduce the awesome quotient in the room. Yes, I'm getting rid of every blade of grass. Shut up. There. All grass gotten rid of. Well, this is my life now. Continuing the tutorialization. I have this sudden craving for watermelons. Sorry, toilet melons.
Wow.
So why do so many people make fun of Luigi? I've actually never heard of anyone make fun of Luigi in my life. I'm not saying I don't believe you, it's just I never have. The only times they ever make fun of Luigi are in the games, and even then it's primarily within the RPG series as the running gag that, oh ha ha, Luigi sucks. Wait, people actually watch Dorkly? Sorry. I would say there's two big reasons why they make fun of Luigi. Reason number one. Because he's an easy target. He is. It's easy to look at me like, ah ha ha, he's afraid. Isn't that funny? Reason number two. Because of ignorance. It's easy to look at a character who has a single character trait and say, oh, well, there's something wrong with this character, and refuse to look at any of their other character traits. Luigi, and I've said this many, many times, is not a coward. Luigi is brave. Luigi never allows his fear to stop him. That's actually one of his dominant character traits, is that he's scared and then keeps going. This was even in the recent movie, for God's sakes. It's one of the things they got right in that movie, was the fact that Luigi was Luigi. That was true in the RPGs, that's true in the Luigi's Mansion games, and that's true in the Mario games that actually have a decent story. I mean, frankly, Bowser's already kind of a punching bag for the stories. Again, going back to the RPGs, they like to make fun of him a lot. Did I enjoy the movie? Oh, right, I have to do this first. That's an interesting question. I mean, I've seen worse films. And I enjoyed watching it with my family. I enjoyed them enjoying it. And there's certainly, like I said, there's worse. Hell, there's worse Illumination films. But at the end of the day, the actual film itself was probably one of the weakest parts of it. Jack Black was funny, although I didn't like his portrayal as Bowser, ironically. I also think they did Luigi very well, and Peach very well. Oh no, we're dead.
Hello.
I like the Mario Kart sequence. I like the references. Come on. Okay, fine. You could tell that there was an entire team of people whose job it was to just do the references, because an enormous quantity of them were just in the background. Weren't even really present in the film proper. And if you weren't paying attention or looking for them, you'd probably never even see them. That's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But you can see how the references are kind of separate from the film proper. Having said all that, you're probably wondering why I didn't like the movie. There's two big reasons. Reason number one. Mario. Mario was... Tell me a character trait Mario had in the movie. Just one. I don't think Chris Pratt did the worst job in the world, but I wouldn't say he did a good job, no. I honestly thought his portrayal was extremely generic. Ambitious? Nah. Bravery? No, that's more Luigi. Mario would be better described as someone who didn't even think about things. Reckless, if you want to call it that. But I still wouldn't call him a reckless character. Let me stop running around the bush. Mario had no character. Now, you could argue that's normal, and you could, but let's be clear. One of the biggest character points, excuse me, for Mario in the Mario film was the fact that he hates mushrooms. That's it. That's his big character point. Like, that's kinda it. They really didn't do much with him. He was... I hate to say this, but if you eject Mario from the film, you don't really lose much, because he was mostly just a vehicle to be there for the other characters to actually do stuff. Virtually every other character had more characterization than Mario. Even Toad, the Toad, did. So that's one of my big issues with the film. He dislikes mushrooms. Second big problem I tend to have with the film is that this is the thing over here. Interesting. There we go. There it is. Well, if you give me a minute, I'll tell you, but I'm not going to tell you, Eliezer, because I literally call him the Mario for a reason, Nash. But anyways, so Mario had no character, despite being given a huge focus of the film. I suppose I should also complain about the fact that the plot was an extremely bog-standard Illumination plot. So, that sucks. The animation was good, as it usually tends to be for Illumination. Not great, not excellent, not nuanced, not detailed, merely good, but it is good animation because it's Illumination. Cool. The references were good. I did like that. I think they simultaneously got Bowser right and wrong at the same time. Peach was awesome. Luigi was awesome. Needed more screen time. There's the Luma, who is there to depress every adult in the audience. Yeah, I guess that's kind of it. There's a lot of implication of world building too, which was either being done because they were being cute or because they were trying to set up a franchise. I'm not sure which. It was a big box office hit. We will probably be getting a sequel. But I think the biggest complaint, and I'm kind of leading up into this, the biggest complaint here that I could level with the movie is that it's a typical Illumination film. And that's fine. It could have been worse. And that's true. You know, I don't want to sound too negative. It could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. And I'm not even talking about the old Mario film. There are plenty of modern films that are actual trash. So it could have been much worse. But honestly, for a first foray into the Mario setting, Nintendo getting back into movies, it was very, very safe. Which is probably why they went with Illumination. Because Illumination tends to go as middle of the road as possible. That's kind of their shtick. So, yeah, decent movie, really. But a huge amount of unmet potential that ultimately meant that I just don't really care. At the end of the day, I have no plans to ever rewatch it. And even doing an analysis on it isn't really going to change much, I don't think. But it could have been worse. I don't want to, like I said, I'm trying to explain here. It's not bad. I've seen bad films. That wasn't a bad film. Is it worth watching once? Yes, if you can get it on the cheap, like at a matinee or something. I know, Crazy Horse, which almost irritates me. I should probably figure out what the hell I'm doing in this room. Oh my god, the grass came back. The grass came back! I do, so, okay. Several people asked stuff in there. Yeah, Castlevania continues to be the best adaptation. What is Mario's character? The Mario RPGs is going to be kind of my answer to that. There's a reason I have that term, the Mario. But ignoring that, what someone mentioned is, does Mario, or any character really, have a lot of characterization outside the RPGs? And the answer is no. I would say that outside of the RPGs and, frankly, the Luigi's Mansion games, most Mario characters tend to be flat pieces of cardboard. Even the games where they have some degree of voice acting and lines and screen presence, they're just kind of not there, right? Like, explain to me Princess Peach's character if you've just ever played, say, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Like, you get it. So that is an extremely valid complaint. Oh my god, we destroyed the chest. Okay, so apparently there's a pipe down below that I completely missed. Where? No, I know. It's this pipe right here. It's how I got the crystal. I thought you meant like something else. No, this is done. This is part of getting the gem. What do I think of Nintendo partnered with Disney? Okay, I'm okay. Wait, no what? Can I plunge it? Doubt it. Nope, I cannot. You know, this pipe connected that water to this flower, which then grew out and gave me the crystal I had. That's... I'm pretty sure there's nothing else here. Exactly, Lord Aramon. Like, if we could somehow get a Nintendo Kingdom Hearts, that's awesome. In fact, I myself have said several times that I think Nintendo would have been a better pick for that than, you know, well, Disney.
Oh my.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It did look like it missed it, Malachor. I saw it, but my question bot didn't seem to see it. Okay. I don't think so, too, Minuets. It's like, once you hit a door, it's like a load screen kind of thing. It's Metroid, right? Someone might have killed the bot. Okay, so I want you to imagine for a second, Elizabeth, one of the most uncaring... let's use the word negligent and anti-innovation companies in the world gets their fingers, gets their claws into Nintendo. Do you think that anti-innovation and playing it safe corporate level and all that fit with Nintendo? Oh yeah, by the way, that's my last and final complaint about the Mario Brothers movie. I don't want a safe Mario Brothers movie. I want a Mario movie. I want a Nintendo Mario movie. Nintendo is literally known for pushing the envelope and trying new things. Then they fail, because that's the consequence of that. But they still push, and they still try, and then occasionally they succeed. Do I prefer the new Mario movie or the old one? Well, the old Mario movie is hot garbage, so I think that answers that question. Doesn't Disney like to play it safe, too? Your question confuses me, Elizar. I suppose that's fair, Crazy Norse.
Oh, no.
Well, actually, no. The 1993 movie did play it safe. They just had legal issues. Speaking as someone who's actually researched that terrible, terrible film.
Whoa!
Oh, I didn't even think about that. In fact, I didn't even know I could do that. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of was expecting a Warcraft 2. And it sucks to be me, because that is never happening at this point.
You're...
The most innovative thing Disney has done in the last 10 years. Can we count how well they're innovating on new ways to completely screw people over? I'm not really being facetious there. They have come up with some innovative new ways to completely screw over people. That really isn't a joke. I mean, the anti-aging tech alone kind of changed a lot of the dynamic of how actors can act, for lack of a better way to put it. And how much... That was funny. And how much power the actors actually have. And then there's the fact that they can digitize actors and keep using them after they've died. Which... well...
Oh.
Is that legal? I mean, they've already done it more than once. I sure hope so. Oh no, there's an algae room. Look at that. So I'm sorry, your question is very confusing to me, Elizar, because it sounds like you're accusing me of saying that there's Disney who does it way too safe. But then you're saying, that's what I said, right? And then you say, but wait, I thought Disney does safe movies too. And I'm like, but that's what I just said. So I'm very confused. But that's okay. Probably Crazy Norse. And frankly, it probably should be.
Oh. Oh. Hey.
I don't know what volume is, Pillars of Snow, I'm sorry. Oh!
Oh.
I have some complicated thoughts about volume. And that's all I'm going to say for right now, because that would take some time. I will give you that it's innovative. There you go. One innovative point for Disney. That's...
Whoa.
Either way, I'm going to go ahead and drop the topic, because we've gotten way off into the weeds from the original point. Would I like Disney and Nintendo teaming up? No, 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 no. I could give dozens of reasons why, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm just going to mention one reason. Because there's only one reason that really matters. The less corporate Nintendo is, the better. That's the answer, right there, in a nutshell. That's it. Who would I love to team up with Nintendo? Other than me, of course. That'd be fun. Could finally make that Mario 4X. Hope you're enjoying Wheel of Time, by the way. So who would I want to team up with Nintendo? Come on, I can squeeze through that. Come on. I'm gonna ask that question of the team of the chat. Who do you think would be the best company to pair up to make stuff with Nintendo? Not one thing, like as a regular partner kind of a deal. Someone who regularly interacts with Nintendo.
Wow.
See, Luigi can jump. That would be nice, Estes Flakes. Ironically, that was similar to something I was thinking about, too. Can't remember their names, but there is a decent porting company out there who does, you know, good ports and good remasters. Would not mind if they could do something with that. I've seen several people mention Square. I admit it's not something that would have occurred to me at first.
Wow.
Wee.
Ooh.
Ubisoft? No. Old Obsidian. I'm not sure who Obsidian is nowadays, actually, or who they have become, or however you want to phrase that. At the moment, I'm giving Doodad pluses per area. DreamWorks? Okay. Why DreamWorks? Ooh, whoa, whoa. They make family-friendly moves. Okay. Okay.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Well, I have a feeling Nintendo would jump at the chance to work with Studio Ghibli, if given the opportunity. Although, honestly, a lot of people probably would. Hey, look what that is. Hey, Hazardous. I admit the idea that appeals to me the most personally is Capcom, of the ones that have been suggested so far. I mean, yeah, like I said, I can see some good Nintendo Capcom stuff. And it's easy to imagine that because there has been good Nintendo Capcom stuff over the years. Quite a bit, actually. Now, for the trifecta, the other company that worked really well with both Capcom and Nintendo? Disney. Back in the golden era of Disney games. Let me ask you a hypothetical, Elizar. Let's say you have the opportunity to make a really good movie. All you have to do is murder 12 children. This is an extreme example, but I don't have the brain to make my point more subtly right now. So, do you murder the 12 children and make the really great movie? Because that's all your company cares about, right? Is making the really great movie. That's all that matters, is making this really great movie. Putting out the great product, making sure it's family friendly, making sure that it's all that the company wants. All you have to do is murder these 12 children. I don't think like that. That's all. That's all. Now, you have blood diamonds. No judgment, of course, because that's life. I have a smartphone on my desk right now, and I'm wearing clothing that was probably produced by someone who is younger than my niece. That's life. Yeah, I don't think this is a great boss fight, especially compared to the last two. Now, obviously, I jumped to an extreme to make my point, and I apologize, I shouldn't do that. But you get my point. Even in your question, you said, just because Disney is evil to its employees, is that the reason you don't like them teaming up? Yes! Yes! That's ignoring the fact that they kind of make the world a worse place simply by existing. Well, no, that's the wrong way to phrase that. They actively go out of their way to make the world a worse place for everyone else by the actions they do. There we go, that's more accurate. It's not like Nintendo's hands are clean in this. Any more than mine are, and any more than yours are. His beard got stuck.
Yeah.
Time to mow the lawn. Aww. Aww. Yeah, exactly, Largamon. Okay, now, this is going to get me some hackles, but I think people are very slowly waking up to the fact that EA isn't as bad as they used to be. I know, low bar, but I wouldn't mind EA as much. I just don't think EA has anything to bring to the table, so to speak. What the hell's the benefit of EA teaming up with Nintendo? Who wins in that argument?
I did it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think Sabacom's here anymore. Sadness. Yeah, but what if EA wins, Two Minuets? What if EA wins? Although, actually, a proper Mario sports game, like a proper Mario sports game, sounds pretty legit to me. Because I've been disappointed by both of the recent Mario sports outings.
Oh, yeah. Ha ha. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh.
Oh, I guess it's not yet. I'm sorry, Savicom. I thought it was this one.
Oh, yeah.
Later on, there will be a cat, I swear. Let's jot down some notes really quick before we move on. I would like to say that was a good boss fight, but I'm not a liar. Okay, so they're up to 1 hazardous. It's fine, Sauerkraut. I just wanted you to see a cat, that's all. A very annoying cat. Anyways. Mario Kart. I hate you. I want you to know that. I want you to know that I violently hate you. Hello, Sergio. I would like some good Mario sports games that are not Mario Kart or Smash Brothers. Nintendo partnering with Blizzard. Sold. Alright, moving on. Let's see here. I already mentioned this. I need to give this. Ah. This level. That's why. So the webcam sits on the monitor, and the monitor shakes with, like, any vibration. That's why. Yeah, you notice how I phrased it, Von Falkenstein. Nintendo partnering with Blizzard. Speaking of movies, so I'll ask this question of the chat too. You can pick one Disney movie to make a good game out of. Which one do you pick?
I did it. Ho ho.
Lion King. Why? Just why? We already have one. Arguably two. Coco. Good. That's a good one. I like that. Although I think that's Pixar, but I guess that still counts. Okay, hang on. Let's clarify. Try to focus just on Disney films, not Pixar, not FX, not Fox, not Star Wars, not Marvel, and not the other one I can't think of the name of right now. Just Central Disney films. Which one do you pick? Same question. Why are you so sweaty? Never mind. She's a little dirty. I guess I don't like filthy. That implies something.
I mowed the front yard.
Yeah, I can tell.
I ran the edger.
Huh? Was it fun?
Yes. I had to figure out how to put the edger back on it.
Sorry. Because, yeah, I replaced it with the weed whacker.
And then I put 3 bags of mulch, and I weeded part of the front garden.
Is the tree thing still there? I'll try to machete.
That's your job.
Yeah, no, I'll try to machete that at some point.
Air quality is good today. We're back in the green.
Thank God. I was actually going to ask, because
I would not have gone outside if it.
I actually had to lay down again today. So that's sure.
Yeah, no.
I still like your hair.
Yeah, it's lighter.
Mm-hmm.
It appears that if I don't, because it was a demi dye, so like even less sticky than a semi-permanent.
Mm-hmm.
And I mixed it with conditioner. It appears that I can keep this lavender color by conditioning it and then washing it a couple of times. So, and I deep conditioned it yesterday.
I will not be streaming tomorrow, at least not tomorrow morning.
Possibly tomorrow afternoon.
Possibly tomorrow afternoon.
How much progress we make in the morning.
Yep. I always knew that was coming, but I was never sure of these specifics, so. How do I reach that? Whatever, let's just keep moving.
Go back in the other room.
Wait.
What are you trying to reach?
Well, the plunger, I can't... I'm like a foot too far away from the plunger, look. And there's actually a key in there, too.
Can you climb up there?
Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. Let's try this. Nope. Nope, that's not it. No, there's no climb and there's no jump. My
What?
feet are glued to the ground. Glue.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
Can you suction anything else in the room? Oh, you can suction the lights.
Can I? No, I don't think I can.
No, you moved it.
No, I think they're just moving around.
No. It clearly started wiggling when you... Okay, that one's just moving around.
Whoa!
But this one clearly went that direction. Hey,
Oh, hang on. Maybe?
you sucked things down. What are those? They look like money.
They are money. They're gold bars, gold coins, and dollar bills. Oh, it looks like I'm actually getting the forest is what I'm getting here.
Well,
Gargoyles is a good pick. I approve of
it
that.
helped a little.
Although the question was for movies, specifically.
Okay, well, I guess you'll have to come back.
Wow!
Yeah. Is money useful? I mean, that's an interesting question. Let me answer that question by hitting this button.
I'm gonna go take a shower.
Okay. Probably a good idea.
I mean, I'm literally dripping in sweat.
Listen.
So the air quality is decent, and it's only 81 degrees out.
Oh.
Is this a hint?
It is a 66.
Oh my god. Got it.
I was like, this is a great day to go out. It's only 81 degrees, and, partly cloudy. Like, it'll be great. With the, the air quality's good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Also, I let the grass get entirely too long.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
It actually clogged. Oh, speaking of which, when you mow the grass, the lawnmower, make sure you clear all of the grass debris out of it before you put it back in the garage.
No, I didn't remember to do it last time, but
No,
I
you
usually
didn't.
remember to do that.
I discovered that because it wouldn't turn on.
Yeah, that is on me. I apologize. But I usually do that, I swear.
It wouldn't turn on. It was like, nyeh,
I remember it because last time
nyeh.
I
So
had
was
hit
the edger. The
I had
edger
hit
wouldn't turn on
the
either.
back and front, and I was absolutely knackered afterwards. That's why I didn't do it. So, sorry.
Just get in the habit of periodically.
I also meant to ask, can you change the height of the blade?
Yes.
Can we make it lower?
Yes.
How do
Why?
you do it?
Why?
Because that is too tall.
No. So when the grass is taller, if you make the blade lower, it makes the lawnmower work harder,
Exactly.
which will kill your battery faster and dull your blade quicker.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing that happened last time. I actually ran out of batteries completely.
Oh, you should.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah.
No, you're saying that like you're surprised.
I've never had that happen before.
It takes one battery to do on normal every 2 to 3 week cut grass. It takes one battery to do the whole front yard and about a quarter of the backyard.
Well, I'm gonna go to this TV.
That doesn't seem smart.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
See, I've got a portable portal.
Can you turn that light switch on?
Where?
Right there on the right.
That is not a light switch, I don't think. But either way, no.
What is it?
I don't know.
Hey, you have a plunger.
I do.
How did you get the plunger?
Well, first, I hit that button.
But the plunger was in that room.
Yeah. Look, I can just generate it.
No, over there.
Okay. What?
The plunger's not there anymore.
Yeah. It's because I changed rooms. If I could get the darn thing on here, I'll demonstrate. Okay, see? Plunger and plunger.
Okay, so you were trying to shoot the plunger at it so you could grab the plunger and pull it.
Uh-huh. Because if it doesn't stick, it's a non-interactable.
Like that.
Mm-hmm. But I think I could get these posters. Nope, I'm wrong. Yep, see. Can I Nope. Okay. Whatever. Leaving the posters. Leaving the money. Don't need the money. Don't need the money.
That looks like something you can interact with. You should make 2 of you.
Why wouldn't I? Think of all the work I do.
Why are you asleep?
Because I can only control one of me at a time, obviously. Game. Game. Got it.
He gave you coins. Luigi would be terrified under you.
I mean, yeah.
Zooping you. 8.
Okay, so that did something. Back
Press
here.
this way.
I'm gonna
Or
laugh
goes
if
into
this
the
is
room.
it. Well. Okay.
There's a fan blowing. Now try. Oh! No! Teleport in through the TV in the other room.
I can't.
Why?
Well, actually, okay, hang on. Before I say I can't, let me actually test that theory.
Because those are the same picture.
Oh.
'Cause I think this is just the level. Could be wrong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
And now we're just green electricity, because of course we are. Oh, wow. Okay, fine. You win. Here. Have your breakfast. Now give me the cake.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
yeah.
What's funny is I think the only reason, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, the only reason you figured that out was because I had just walked through a TV for the hearth animation.
Yep.
Because otherwise, nothing really indicates you can walk into that TV.
Nope. Why aren't you opening the door? Oh, you should interact with that thing. That looks like you should be able to interact with it.
Okay. But how do I get over there?
You...
Not how I get over there, apparently. There's money in the ceiling, as there is in all Hollywood offices.
Where's the thing?
It's over there on the other side. I don't know how to get over there.
Well, now you can't interact with it. There you go.
Gonna be honest, that looked like just part of the decor.
What?
The grate I
Grate?
just walked through. Because some things that you can walk through, and some things you can walk through, you can't. So I just sort of assumed it was one of the other ones.
Why are you doing the key here? There was a door in that other room.
Because this is the key door.
Oh.
Well, what was the other door?
That was the way to go back. That's where we came from.
Oh.
Hello.
We have now entered the stage.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my.
Uh-oh.
Here's the editing room. It's a mess. We're just gonna clean this up here. There we go. Get all of this all cleaned up. There we go, there we go. Make sure nobody ever has anything in here again. Nothing. You remember I showed you Power Wash Simulator?
Mm-hmm.
This game kind of has that as a mechanic. As
By sucking?
Yeah. Because you can just sweep a room, and virtually, and by virtually I mean literally everyone I know who's ever played this just does this. Because it's fun. And it's weirdly satisfying to just empty a room.
You haven't emptied the trash can yet, though. There you go. Okay.
I think that's everything. Wait. I see things wobbling.
They're wobbling on the bookshelf. Bookshelf.
Yeah, I saw. Come here. Okay.
Wow.
I give up on that. Now let's see what this does.
I'm missing a picture.
What in the world?
It's a ghost.
It is a ghost.
You whacking gold bars and coins out of the ghost.
Yeah, he's a gold ghost.
Oh, he's getting away.
Not any long. That's how that sentence goes. We're just gonna stick with it.
Now he's gone.
Well, yeah, because I destroyed him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Quick!
quick,
It's blinking!
imprisoned him
They're blinking!
to the
Suck
point.
them up!
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Okay.
You haven't got the owl off the thing.
There. Now look at how much cleaner this room is.
Now what happens when you do the thing?
I mean, nothing. We got the thing.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. So Ross asks the question. You can have a holodeck, an Enertron, or a replicator. Which one do you have?
Holodeck.
A holodeck can be used to create basically anything artistically, like digital stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing physical. A replicator can make
I know
anything
what
physical.
replicator is.
An Enertron is you just had a full night's good rest. Which do you pick? Like for me, for example, I could use a holodeck to make games. An Enertron could give me time, because I would never have to sleep again. And a replicator could be an infinite supply of food and resources. All three of them are pretty useful.
A replicator. Because going without sleep, even if you don't need sleep, will wear you down mentally.
That's true. I'd still do it, of course, but, you know.
Hello.
Then I'd take it away from you for the output.
Oh,
The
but-
holodeck is fun, but it's just fun.
No, the holodeck is for making stuff.
Yes, but it's fun because it's not.
I
You
don't
can't
understand.
take the stuff that you make in the holodeck out.
Yeah, you can. I can make this game in a holodeck, and I can bring it out because it's digital. It's data. Just the same way you could download a game on your Switch. That's the point. Movies, games, and shows, and books, and music. Anything like that could be made on the holodeck and pulled out. That's the whole point of the
Build a
holodeck.
replicator.
I'm with you, but I just want you to understand why the holodeck is so tempting to me. Because I could make every game I've ever wanted to on the holodeck. And show and movie.
Drag people in, play D&D,
Exactly. You get it.
and actually be able to play with them.
Mm-hmm. The tragedy! Oh, is this my end? Is this what I, Morty, director of the finest films, am destined for?
Yes.
How can I lose it? I am a puny, worthless movie director. That is
No,
all.
you're a ghost, and we're
Even
going to back
this
you up with our vacuum cleaner.
Buckle. You're so evil. From this beautiful button is
We're
nothing but a
Luigi.
dull hue. Luigi's a good guy. Just trying to rob the... Ah, my bright red megaphone. Where art thou? I would give anything to be able to hold my dear sweet megaphone again.
Oh, there you go. We gotta go find the megaphone.
Okay, well let me clean up first, because this guy's a slob. No slobs allowed, even if they're dead. Okay.
Oh, he has food.
Not any longer. He also has a
That's-
golden mouse.
Get it, get it.
Oh god, oh god. Did I lose it? I lost it. But I also got it. Amount of money. Go get that croissant.
Oh, don't get the plate.
Yep, and the whatever that is. Apples? Plums? I don't know. You don't know, we don't know. There's food.
Yeah.
There's more food in the boxes, of course.
Excuse me. Don't pay attention to me. Come through. What happens if you walk in front of him?
He doesn't care. He's like, hey, what's up? He's
literally throwing himself.
Yep, so he can't see you. He's so distraught, you don't understand.
What? Get closer to it. You missed.
Wow. Yeah. You're. Yeah. Whoa.
Hi, Polterpup.
Is the ghost dog your friend?
Yeah, he's our dog. Because of course we have a puppy.
Ghost puppy.
Look, he was that way when we found him, okay?
Well, I should hope so.
You're...
God dang it. There it is. Found the angle. Listen, the dog's dead. It's okay. We're fine. We have a very healthy relationship with our dead dog. Now, if you'll excuse me. So. Do I pick the holodeck, the Enertron, dang it, or the replicator? I don't remember what I answered a while ago. But unfortunately, assuming that I don't go completely stark raving mad from lack of sleep, I would pick the Enertron. It would be nice to be able to make stuff. In fact, it would be extremely fulfilling and probably help me with my mental health, as well as just, you know, feeling like I add something to the substance of the universe.
Ow.
But at the same time, there's literally nothing more valuable than time. To me. And the Enertron buys me exactly one thing in spades. Time. Why are there so many spiders? Oh, right. It's because it's this stage. It's the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids stage. Yep, there's the Megaton. Yep. So, let's see. Large coins. So, first pick would be Enertron, because time. Ignoring the fact that that's obviously cheating, J. Palmer, based on how replicators work, that wouldn't actually work. In fact, based on how it's been described, the natural limitation would be being stuck with something very, very small. Like something... Jesus Christ, yes, EGAD, shut up. So a replicator can produce something like within this volume of space. So you're limited to this volume of space. Anything bigger than this, you're screwed. You can't make a car, for instance. Now, you could argue you can make the pieces of a car to put together, but even that's debatable since there are certain individual pieces of a car that are probably too big for that. And even if they weren't, well, I mean, good luck figuring out how to put together a car piece by piece. Also, the reason you can't make a Enertron or a holodeck from a replicator is a replicator can only make stuff that it knows how to make. There is no such thing as an Enertron, and there's no such thing as a holodeck. So the replicator, which has just been magicked into existence, does not have the blueprints for an Enertron or holodeck. It has the blueprints for stuff that you have. The way a replicator would work is you could take something, you put it into it, and you could scan it, and now you can make more of that. More water, more metal, more rubber, in this case. Make sense? So, no, it is actually a mutually exclusive decision, because anything you make in the holodeck doesn't actually leave the holodeck, and anything in the Enertron just buys you time. Just listen to me. I picked the Enertron, but, you know, still. Hi, Sean. No, it's actually a valid and interesting and engaging question. Worth it.
Yeah.
What is the Enertron? I just explained this 5 seconds ago. I always knew you didn't listen to me, J. Palmer. I always knew! You can always tell the not listeners. The universe? Oh, sorry, Chrono Trigger. The Enertron is from Chrono Trigger. So here's the gimmick of this level. Nope. Hang on. No, yes, I did, actually, Elizar. What kind of game would you make out of Atlantis? Sorry, so let me try to state that more clearly. This is the gimmick of the level. Oh my god. It's a nightmare. It's a giant spider! RPG? I guess you can make an RPG out of anything. There's just a big circle there. You want to see what the spider actually looks like? Oh wait, is it not going to let me pull it out? I guess not. Well, whatever. In RTS, I don't know. I don't know how you do that personally, but you could probably make it work. I'm not familiar enough with Atlantis to really talk about it, so I'm just going to take your word on that one. See you around. Have some good sleep, Evo. You could do a stealth game with Tangled. No, don't.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, this is being kind of weird. Oh, I see why.
Yeah.
Treasure Planet as a freelancer game would be awesome. I'll give you that. Let's see. First of all, caps lock, Elizar. Second of all, I get what you mean, but for future perspective, being the boss of a company doesn't actually mean you get to decide what that company does. I know that sounds contradictory, but it's true. But let's answer the question. I have been given total dictatorial powers over Disney. Yay! What would I do? Everything. I can't summarize what I would do with Disney. There's too much. So let's get to your second question. First, what about your first movie be based on? So I think that's what you're asking. What would my first movie be based on? I mean, yeah, we can officially do the Star Wars rewrite. But no, let me think about that for a minute.
Yeah. Oh my.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Why, Ross? Oh, sorry. Apparently I have to make an animated cartoon? Is it a movie or a show? Because that changes the field dramatically. Okay, so it's a movie. I feel like that's what I was already answering, but okay, so. Alright. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make it traditionally animated. It's going to take extra time and money. But we're going to go ahead and push for it, because the gimmick value alone will pretty much guarantee that it's going to sell. As long as we do it well, which obviously is the goal. Exactly, Ross. What I mean is 2D animation, which traditionally actually involves a fairly large amount of computer generation, but still involves hand generation. No, you mean 3D. Well, tough, Eleazar. I'm in charge of Disney, and I can make a 2D movie. So I'm going to make a 2D movie. You knew what you were doing when you handed me the reins. Hire Tabitha St. Germain. And do what? No, you're not listening to me. Just hire her.
Hello.
I mean, I'll be honest, other than the 2D movie, which I'm totally making, I would stick with 3D movie quite a bit. I actually feel like it has a lot of potential and power and possibilities and blah, 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 blah. I say that as a fan of MLP, but also someone who understands how crazy MLP really is. Now, if I somehow magically had the ability to just repeat that level of quality, then okay, yeah, sure. But, like, realistically speaking, that particular iron is probably not going to strike again anytime soon, you know what I mean? Also true, Ross. I would also be more inclined to do that kind of 2D animation for a show, but I'm getting off topic. Yes, that's great. Uh-huh. Yep, thank you.
Hello. Huh?
Ooh.
Yeah. Ah.
So let me tell you the vague idea, Eleazar. And you're gonna hate it, and that's okay. I accept that. The vague idea would be to do a historical drama piece, done with 2D animation. Something along the line, like the first thing I was thinking of was the Spanish Civil War. Because I was trying to think of something historical that's interesting to me that hasn't had a lot of media attention. You know, we've seen 7 billion World War II things and several World War I things, and there's the American Civil War, and there's And then we start to get down a little bit to things that are slightly less seen, but I was trying to think of a historical interaction like that that hasn't had a lot of attention. And there's several. In fact, there's a lot. My second pick would probably be during the attempted reconquest of Italy by... oh my god, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Oh my god, he's like my favorite general in history, and I can't think of his friggin' name. Well, favorite military commander. No. This would have been back during the Justinian range. Oh, this is gonna bother me. Justinian's general. Belisarius. And probably have the camera bounce back and forth between Justinian and Belisarius periodically. Because, for those of you not aware of how the story was going, who is that? The best general in history. Belisarius, you'd cut to Belisarius in Africa, and then you'd cut to Justinian back in Constantinople. And then you cut to Belisarius in Italy, and then you cut back to Justinian. And those would be like the two main protagonists, and the camera would bounce between them as their stories progressed. Napoleon is a very good general. I think we're in one of those inches amongst miles things here. So, Napoleon is absolutely a very good general, but I would also say that Napoleon, in several cases, got more lucky than he got good, if you know what I mean. It probably helps that Napoleon's main oppositions were morons. I mean, kinda, yeah, Sean. That's the idea. What's really funny is one of my ideas was Napoleon, but A... Napoleon's coming out in, like, a month. And B... Napoleon's pretty well covered. Also true, Triaxia. Still, Napoleon was a great general. I'm not trying to say he wasn't. Even though he was, you know, a person. And that's all I'm willing to say on that right now. Little bit of an ego. Little bit of an ego. Oh, I got stuck.
Oh my.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I mean, Joaquin Phoenix is Joaquin Phoenix, so that's... It's probably going to be a good film, even if I don't like it. That's how that works. Yeah, one of my favorite things to study about Napoleon, which I've actually looked into more recently, as a random curiosity, is his, let's call them escapades in Egypt. You're probably thinking, why were you looking that up? Actually, the Rosetta Stone was what kind of guided me in that direction. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Just wow, dude. Anyways, getting a little bit off topic. Yeah, Napoleon, I will give him this. He had a good sense for when to bail. Because he did it several times in his career, and each time it was pretty much the right time. With one notable exception. Yeah, when he was going towards Moscow. Exactly. It has been argued many times, and I agree, that if he had turned around earlier, if he had recognized when to bail on the Russian invasion, he would have been fine. He would have recovered easily and swiftly. Like, everyone says he shouldn't have invaded Russia, but being completely honest, with the information he had at the time, he had no reason to think he shouldn't invade in Russia. However, once he had started the invasion, the information was now available to him at the time that he should bail, and he didn't. There's the mistake. No. Yeah, I know a lot of people have argued over the specifics of why he didn't turn around in Russia. My take has always been the boring one. I think he drank his own Kool-Aid. I think he looked at his success radio show, which was insane, it's worth noting, and said, yep, nope, I got this. Okay.
Well, hello.
Yes, I know, I need water. Thank you. Yeah, he did take Moscow. That's true. So what I say to someone who doesn't like the new version of Jill Valentine because they like her old personality, which is sweet and lovable and capable of taking care of herself, and having charisma, as opposed to the new one? Nothing? I suppose I would say nothing to them, because they have a perfectly valid opinion. Which they have every reason to have.
Huh? Oh.
Water, water, water. Wait, is this water? Oh, that's a fire. Okay, sure. I need water. He was shorter than me, and therefore I am clearly superior. QED. Now I'm gonna piss off every looter and every OCD person in chat. I'm just gonna sit here and watch all those coins go away. And they're gone. Okay, so let's see if this will work. It shouldn't, arguably. Let's see if we can do it in setting here. Nope. That looked weird, but okay. Where'd the stupid thing end up? Oh shoot, okay. Like, there's clearly a thing to put out here. So you think, like, the thing would be there. Yeah, let's test something, because I'm curious of something. Oh, it does not want me to let Luigi behind the camera. Look at that. Okay, that's fine. Alright, hang on a sec, hang on a sec. Let's look at the other sets really quick. That's an interesting question, Ross. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you a very boring answer. I would say the beginning of the end of the French Revolution was 1799. The end of the French Revolution was 1815. Jesus, Malachor. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so there's nothing liquid here. See, something I learned, actually at a pretty young age, it was specifically because of the fall of the Soviet Union, was people kept arguing, when did the Soviet Union fall? And I looked into it, and the longer I looked into it, the more I realized that it wasn't one specific event that happened on one specific day. There was a clear beginning of the end, and then an end of the end, right? Now, even then, there's some debatability, right? There's some malleability to that, but as soon as I realized that, a lot of history started making a lot more sense to me. Wait, what's this? A fog machine. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like asking, when did Rome fall? What I find really funny is when historians actually argue with me on that very philosophy by saying, no, there has to be a definitive single spot where the event happened, and I'm like, okay. I just find that vaguely amusing. Okay. Let's peek at this again for a second. There's nothing liquid here. Yeah, something I also discovered at a pretty young age is that historians argue a lot about everything. Trust me, I'm one of them. Okay, so where's this crank you mentioned? Get some good sleep, Jay Palmer. Maybe we could just walk up here. I mean, knowing how people tend to think about history, they'll probably look at the one surface-level fact about this era of gaming and attribute the entire era of gaming to that one surface-level fact. I know this because people are already doing this and we haven't even left this era of gaming yet. No, seriously. I can't tell you how many times people will be like, gaming is dying, or we need to have another gaming industry crash, or whatever. And I heard that over and over and over. And every time I said the same thing. No. I had a few people... Oh, this. I had several people actually ask me in stream years and years ago at this point. You know, essentially, when do you think the gaming crash is going to happen? And my answer was always, it's not going to. I have been right so far. Just saying. Oh, ice. It's ice. It's a block of ice. Exactly, Ross. You literally cannot have the gaming crash of '83 anymore. The so-called Atari crash. It's not possible. It has been argued that we could have a minor crash, but we haven't even had one of those. Even live services as a thing hasn't really slowed down so much as entered its own niches. Oh, right. This is how I carry stuff.
Wow.
What?
Well, that was a lot of work to get a gem. Which actually wasn't us after. God dang it.
Okay. Well, hello.
Hmm. Okay. Well, good eye on the crank. Okay, so I had to grab a thing. Now I have to move my car. I'll be right back again. What button did I hit to make that big, and how do I make it small again?
Mario.
There we go. Okay, so I have a bucket. We were supposed to finish this game today. It's a short game. But first I had a migraine. Then I had fatigue. Then I had to go check on dinner. And tomorrow I'm going to be helping my sister. This is just my life. Okay, so we have a bucket. What we don't have is water. Switch. I forgot. I keep getting distracted, and I'm just gonna look this up. Because I'm pretty sure I've already seen it, and I'm too stupid to put it together right now. So I'm just gonna look it up. Just gonna look it up really quick, really quick. I just want to know where I get the first step. Okay, I was right. There's water in the graveyard set. Let's take this. Oh my god. We're gonna go over here. Whoops. God damn it. Figured that out. Thanks, buddy. Hey, original Gamerhoff. How's Resident Evil treating you? Okay, we now have a bucket of water. I like how the game can't allow us to carry items between doors, just because of the code. So it creates this television teleportal system just so we can carry items between the sets. There's something vaguely amusing about all that. Hey man, I'm irritated at the moment, but that's not the game's fault, it's just life's fault. I don't know, I like the Luigi pun. But then I'm biased. Game. Oh, nice. Congrats. No spoilers on FF16. I'm enjoying this game quite a bit, obviously. I've thought of extremely few negatives so far. Like 2, really. Okay, so we have the torch. Oh my god, let me guess Pillars of Snow. What you actually said was, I'm trying to find if Luigi is a goo enough pun. In which case, lol. So now we get fire. These are all really weird movies, aren't they? There's Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. There's The City's on Fire. There's The Barbarians Are at the Gates. And then there's The Evil One is on their way. That's... What movie is this that they're making? Ooh. Favorite rom-com? Quick, what's a movie that technically is a rom-com but isn't really? So I could use that as an example. Beastmaster. Perfect. Princess Bride. Yeah, but if these are the whole movies, then they're just really, really boring movies. Think about it. Well, he burned to death. As all spiders should. Yeah, I like Princess Bride, though. That's a good answer.
Okie dokie.
Sorry, you've never seen Princess Bride, Mr. Red? Yeah, stop playing a bad game and go watch a good movie, would you? Jesus. You! Wait a second. Hold it right there. I didn't notice until now, but your face. You have some nice features. Thanks. And your build. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, I have been working out lately. I see the makings of a star! Ah, my creativity is shaking off all the dust and surging to life.
Whoa.
Come, come. Let's start shooting. Where's my crew? Places! Take your places! Unfortunately, yes, Ross. No, you heard me.
No.
Oh.
And action! So help me think of a pun that combines Luigi and Godzilla. Get it? It's a beam battle. Why are all the people flying around at this time of day with a giant battle going on? That's true, we don't get Godzilla days. Luigi's Dilla was my first thought. Now's their chance to achieve stardom. It's over 9. Sorry. And it's just like a regular old dude now. Cut.
Yeah.
And he just gives it to us. This is like the nicest ghost.
Huh? I'm a star. Okie dokie.
Don't worry, we're not going to be evil. You can be, at least... I forget if you have to be evil, but I know you can be evil. You just walk in there and be like, and kill him. Like right now. He's just there. Editing the film we just made. But we're not a dick. Not doing it. Morty's cool.
Oh, yeah. Ha ha. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Ha ha. Oh.
So there's the cat.
Oh, no. Hmm.
Freaking cat. I like every spec in WoW, Mira, so yes, by default. Alright, where are you, cat?
What?
It won't take very long, Ross. We'll see, though.
Oh, yes. Oh, my.
Uh-oh.
Hello. Oh. Oh.
Come on, I'm right here. Oh yeah, so this is what the cat actually looks like, by the way. Yeah. I guess I'll have to bait it better than I'm currently doing. By the way, thank you, Ross, very much for the sub. If you want to put that towards anything in particular, please let me know. Come on. Oh, that's right. damn it. Gad, get your text off the screen, please. One tail down. I'm kind of glad Savakov isn't here to watch me beat the crap out of this cat. But, you know.
Oh.
Give me a moment, Ross, and I will jot those down. Listen, you saw nothing. There was no cat destroying here, okay? That's Star Trek Resurgence, Ruby, and Breath of Fire. Thank you again, Ross. Go crush a cat. Mwahaha. I mean, it's actually pretty easy original gamer mode. I don't really talk to people who are going to be spoiling things, so all I have to do is just kind of avoid gaming media and news media, which is really, really easy to do. So that's kind of it, honestly. What? What? Whoop. Spoil one thing for me about Star Trek Resurgence. Is it a big end-of-the-universe plot? Yeah, I don't really social media, in the strictest sense of the word. Like, the closest I come to social media is Discord, which I would argue strongly doesn't even count. Okay. Well, plus, there's plenty of evidence that social media, especially, excuse me, plenty of evidence that extensive social media is bad for your mental health, so got that going against you, too. I used to maintain a Twitter account specifically for doing announcements. I stopped doing that. I still have the Twitter account. It's the only social media thing I still have. It's just sitting there squatting on the name, essentially. What? Speaking of someone who's played a lot of Stellaris, I am still looking forward to Star Trek Stellaris. Like, quite a bit. The moment Reddit decided to do the recent thing, which I don't feel like summarizing, is when I officially quit Reddit. I wasn't exactly a regular on Reddit anyways, but that was the line. Like, yeah, okay, I'm out. It's the room of fun. Hey, Lieutenant later on. Thank you for the well wishes. I am enduring.
You. Yeah. Wow. 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 Whoa. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Friggin' cat. I mean, Twitter, as a platform, is really good for certain aspects of information and disclosure. I know it sounds strange, considering the reputation it has, but it's true. In a vacuum, Twitter is actually a really good, and in fact, arguably the ideal platform for news updates or like micro news. Yeah, like transactional news specifically for sports. You know, you just want the scores, or you want who won. Maybe you want a quick update on a major event that is currently happening or is about to happen. The kind of thing that you can fit in, 100 characters or whatever it is.
Ow.
The problem is that's not what Twitter's used for. I mean, how many times have you seen a post on Twitter that's like 1/15 and you're just like, nope. Or worse, you go through the whole 15 posts just to figure out what the hell they're talking about. I mean, that is life. Oh, gosh darn it. I swore I saw the cat. Oh, damn it. I know what happened. Oh, my God. I just apparently don't have a brain today. That's just where we're at. It's right there, too. Throwback uniforms. Cool. You know, speaking of someone who is actively working on several rewrites of works, can we have some new stuff, please? I'm sorry, that sounds like a weird thing to say out of nowhere. It's just... I feel like we're hitting the nostalgia button a little bit too hard in literally every field that exists. Like, it stopped being a trend and it started being an epidemic, you know what I mean? The question is, why? Because there's a bunch of potential answers there. For example, I know why Hollywood does it. In fact, I can tell you exactly why Hollywood does it. What I'm not sure about is why anybody else is doing it. That sounds awesome, Ross. I'm with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You're probably right, Malachor. Oh, Billy Dakey. We're just gonna go over here and get eaten anyways. No, no, no. Anyways. Well, if there's one thing I know cats like.
Whoa. Here.
It's water. I mean, one of the things I've said a few thousand times is there is no such thing as the good old days. And generally speaking, people who speak about returning to the good old days, that always makes me question a little bit, you know?
Okie dokie. Ah. Yeah.
Poor cat. I take back my cat statement.
Oh boy. Phew. Oh.
Yes.
I suppose I could see that, Ross. You could argue the 90s were the JRPG good old days, for example. I'm not sure I agree with that, but you could at least make the argument.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually funny, Yura. We as human beings tend to focus on the bad things, except when it comes to certain memories, in which case we only focus on the good things, which is just... No, I understood what you meant, Ross. I understood what you meant. The world as a whole was worse a year ago, just like it was worse 2 years ago, just like it was worse 3 years ago. Blah, 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 blah. See, I guess my overall point, Original Gamer Hop, is there's nothing wrong with liking games from any era. What irritates me is the automatic presumption that things that are older are better, right? Contrarily, the other thing that irritates me is when people automatically assume that things are newer are better. Neither of these statements approach reality, in my experience.
Oh, yeah. Ha ha. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh.
There's also...
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to get too polemic, but let's just say that there's kind of a built-in natural inclination to constantly remine old IPs. Let me explain briefly. So, there's 3 story ideas that are being pitched right now. Game, movie, show, doesn't matter, okay? 3 ideas. The specific ideas don't even matter. Not really. One of them is from an IP that has made money in the past. One of them is from an IP that did not make money in the past. And one of them is a brand new IP. Which of these 3 do you think is going to get funded and greenlit? Now, yes, obviously there are exceptions, and in fact there's entire industry spaces where people are constantly bypassing these rules. But when it comes to large and larger scale corporations, they're always going to pick one. The proven one that made money back time. Why? Because it's a safer bet, and that's what they want. They want the safest investment possible. Like, you get it. It's not even necessarily stupidity. It's just, that's how the system kind of leans itself. Naturally, one might say. Almost assuredly, Ross. I mean, you heard how much I constantly had to talk circles around the D2 problem when we were doing the Diablo runs. And then we got to D3, and I was just like, yeah, nope, this is D3 now. It's amazing. That was just our life. I mean, of course there's a hidden thing right there. Why wouldn't there be? Obs.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hmm. I think you're right, Malachor, but I think what's actually happening isn't so much we're coming out of the nostalgia era. I think the, let's call it the leadership that has prevailed for the last several years is finally starting to be proven wrong. Simplest way to phrase that. And the distinction between those two statements is that in the former case, you know, it's an era change, but in the latter case, it's, you know what, I don't want to get into it, actually. It's a whole thing. Let's just say that I hope that Hollywood burns and dies. and that the Writer's Guild strike and the SAG strike are both successful. And I'm just going to leave that there because we've talked way too much about that over the last few weeks. I apologize, those of you who don't want to hear about it in my stream. I do apologize. Actually, I'm just writing down a second negative, just for you, Vancini. Everyone in chat, you can blame Vancini for this negative. I'm going to call it the Vancini negative. Okay, fine, Yura. I'll give you a negative too. Fine. Okay, fine. We'll have a Yura negative as well. No positives. We cannot give out positives on this show. It's very disallowed, especially in the runner block. If XCOM 2 taught me anything, it's that games that I think I like actually suck, and I'm wrong. You probably don't remember this, Mr. Red, because I think it was before your time. We once had someone, when we were still forming the current review system, when we were still like trying stuff out, one of the suggestions was to make a separate list. So we've got story positives, story negatives, and then story neutrals. And the idea was to make a huge list of all the neutrals. Please think about what that would entail for every single game for a second. We decided not to do that. Sorry, Malachor. Give me 1 second. I'll give you 1 second. You can jump! Yay! Positive for Breath of the Wild. You have a jump button! We have finally innovated on the Zelda franchise. We have added a dedicated jump button, which was added back on the Game Boy. Anyways, let's see here. So I disagree massively, Malachor. Not just because of the fact that I think that the very idea of making a character whose entire purpose is to be a emblematic myth is just not my thing, which is very true. But also because of the fact that I think Soups works better, my opinion, my personal opinion, when he's Clark. And I know you know what I mean by that, but to explain that briefly for anybody who doesn't, I think Superman is by far the most interesting character, and the reason why Soups is such a fascinating character when he's done properly is when people really zoom in the camera and focus on the individual, not the superpowers, not the strength, not the ability, not the whatever. The fact that he's a guy who's just trying his best to be his best. This is something I really enjoy and always have. All-Star Superman is a good example of this. Kingdom Come is a good example of this. When he fights the elites is a good example of this. There are several examples where they just kind of zoom in a little bit on Clark and demonstrate the kind of person he really is. It's one of the reasons I tend to get irritated when they try to go darker or edgier with Superman, because I'm not a big fan of that, to be completely blunt. I don't think there's really... I don't think that's the angle I would go with that. Red Sun was certainly an interesting story arc, for example, and I do enjoy the Injustice series, but in both cases I enjoy them mostly in the absence of soups. What I'm trying to say is that I'll use Injustice 2 as the example here. Injustice 2, the game, is a great story, which I highly recommend for anybody to play. It's also a great game, by the way. It's a fantastic fighter. But the best parts of that story really have nothing to do with Superman. It's about all the other characters and the way that the world fundamentally changed because of the events of Injustice. My take on that. Perfect example, Harley Quinn, who is a great character, and they really do some awesome stuff with her in Injustice 2. You get the idea. I hope that's a sufficient answer, because if not, I got nothing else. Making donuts for his intern. I like it. I also hate flowers. Death to flowers. Oh, and if it has to be said, obviously I have not seen the new show.
Uh-huh. Whoa.
I've heard good things, but... Bruce and Bats... So, no, I actually like Batman as a character, but Batman requires more asterisks for me to like him as a character. It's been said before, and I agree with this, Batman is better when he's over here in his own world and not a part of a greater universe, or when his own world doesn't exist and he is only a part of the greater universe. I can name 2 examples of this. The Arkham games are focused pretty much entirely on Bats just being in Gotham, and that's it. By contrast, the DCAU, ironically, tends to focus on Bats being a part of the Justice League and being a part of that overall world. Both of them do a good job, and both of them, you'll notice, are completely segregated from each other in terms of how they approach him. The reason I tend to get excited about stories about Bruce is because there's so few of them. Some of you probably remember this. I got really excited when the Telltale Batman was introduced because one of the biggest things they had said in the marketing was it would be as much of a story about Bruce as it would be about Bats. And I was down for that, and indeed I did happen to enjoy it. So yay. Okay, so we've looped. I mean, Aquaman isn't weak, but let's ignore that for the moment. The weakest hero who is significant other than Aquaman. Batman. No, he said who is significant, Ross. It has to be someone who's significant. Jubilee is not significant. I'm sorry. Does anyone else notice? I'm sure it's nothing. But yeah, I've always agreed with the take that Bruce is the mask and Bats is the man. I mean, the Aquaman joke hasn't really been a joke for years at this point, but I'm kind of with you because that joke not only got old very quickly, but it was based on a lie. It's like...
Hello? Huh?
Hi, Evo? I mean, he's attached to the frickin' pole there, so you'd probably be angry too. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, shoot. Oh, shoot. I think he's mad. Oh shoot. I was controlling the wrong Luigi. Or Luigi. I mean, we'd have to start the fight over, Eva. So that would suck. Let's see if we can save Toad here.
Oh. 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 It's me. Luigi. Uh-huh. Okay, okay. Oh. I can dig it.
Hey, imagine saving another Toad. Show him to the elevator. I'll make sure he's in the lab. Safe and sound. It's time to have some toadstool jam. Or whatever you cook with toad. What do you cook with toads? I don't know. I mean, you know, mushrooms. I just want to kill and eat people, okay? Is that so wrong?
Bye-bye. Oh, phew. Hello?
Hang on a second. What was the name of that boss? No. Who's the boss we just fought? Hang on. I'm gonna have to pull up a new boss page. Here we go. Seriously? His name is Ugg.
Goodbye. Oh, yeah. Ha ha. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Let's see what's in basement 2, shall we? Actually, this might be a good pause point. I do have to go check on dinner, and then I have to load the car. I'm sorry this game is taking so long, everyone. I do apologize. Please don't hate me. Tomorrow, we probably won't be streaming tomorrow, because I'll be busy. So, whenever I stream again, whenever that is, we'll be doing the Steamworks.